Just a couple final technical tests here before we start our Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. So good to see you. A full house out there. What a beautiful day it is. 24 degrees here in the track by the river, Mission Raceway on the titanium strip here. I'm just going to go over a couple of the rules for the people that came in late. Make sure your car numbers are big and bold and beautiful on that driver's side of your vehicle or motorcycle. Make sure we can see it from up here in the tower. And if you need extra help, you can always put an N on the side of your car. And that way, actually on both sides of your car, so Willie can give you a couple pointers. Now, I myself got a few pointers a little bit earlier because I'll be taking out the Toyota Corolla for my first time a little bit later. But again, do not hesitate to ask for help if you need help on the starting line. It is kind of tricky. Speed limit, you guys. Make sure you're coasting through the pits. Just coasting through, folks. Definitely like 10 kilometers an hour at the most, guys. Just coasting through the pits. Of course, no double hits per round. 1 pass per lane call. And if you're going to have a passenger, the passenger has to have a helmet on, and the driver cannot make a pass quicker than 13.99. And the left car exits first, guys. Left car exit first. And racers, please, you need to have a t-shirt with some short sleeves at least, some long pants, and closed-toe shoes. So no flip-flops and no shorts. Willie has eagle eyes. He will be looking into your car and making sure you are dressed appropriately. Bunch of beautiful cars out there. So, hey, if you're a part of a car club, come on up to the tower or send us something written out on a paper and we'll brag about you and your car club. Of course, this is the last Friday Night Street Legals of the season, the last drag race, in fact, for 2023. It's been a great season so far, watching a lot of you guys progressing with your new cars. So we'll be getting underway here just in a moment. All right, just got the word. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw class to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes. Let's get this race started. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Shout out to everybody here and everybody on the live stream. Thanks so much, Valley Tech Productions, for all your help with the live stream. We hope to see all you live stream people out next year for all of our races because, man, what a race season it has been. We've had some great races this year. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder was amazing. The West Coast Outlaw Shootout was last weekend. And wow, did we ever see some fine action from all those cars, the Pro Mods, the Door Slammers, Outlaw 275s, all the radial classes. It's great fun. We had a blast, and here we are, last race of the season, and so glad you showed up. So grab your phone, text a friend, say, come on down. It's a beautiful day. We'd love to have you come on down if you're watching on the live stream, or if your friend should be here. I'm not seeing the minimum required amount of Teslas. If you got a friend with a Tesla, tell them to come on down. Friday Night Street Legal is just about to begin. All outlaws, you should be in the lanes or making your way to the lanes. Please, outlaws, to the lanes. All right, our first outlaw up to the lane here is Tyler Levy from Maple Ridge. '78 Ford Fairmont. Looked like he's having a little trouble there and let off the gas there after the 60-foot. Next up in the Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, Dorian Unkovic in the burnout box from Burnaby, a 2008 BMW called Silent 11. Going against Malia Basile from Coquitlam in her 2018 Audi RS3. .86 at 140 with a 5.4 Dorian. Malia a 10.03 at 135 with a 5. Next up in the Outlaw class, we haven't seen him for a while. It's Ivan Kirkovic from Surrey in his 2021 Mustang called Draco. Now, for what I remember, this car is very, very fast. It's Drago Ivan Kirkovic. An 840 at 165 with a 5. A pretty serious pull to the left side, but he kept his foot into it and straightened out. An 8.40 for Ivan. Anthony Walker, part of the Tunezilla crew on the Tower Lane 2017 Audi. He is from Maple Ridge. Going against Adam Blender in the 2023 VW called Snot Rocket. Be sure to follow him at Van City Audi on YouTube. And 998 at 136 for Anthony Walker, and Adam 13.62 at 101. Jason Field here in a 71 Nova. That's Elisa's uncle. Elise up here in the tower, jumping up and down for her uncle, Jason Field, in the Pump Fuel Ritchie Racing Engines Induction Solution Green Light Auto Financing 71 Nova, running a 632 big block Chev. .31 at 149 with a 3. Elise just mentioning that, of course, is a door slammer car here on the track here at the Titanium Strip. It's good to see him out here. Stefan Blamakar from Abbotsford in the 2015 Ram 1500 in the Tower Lane, going against Lauren Stewart from Port Coquitlam, the 2003 Mustang. Wow, a huge Outlaw class out there. Thanks for coming, all you guys. Outlaws is sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, of course. Well, that's a drag race all the way to the 1,000 foot. It was even a 13.53 for Stefan versus a 13.45 for Lauren. Man, they were neck and neck all the way down the track. CJ Hookham in the Challenger, called Radio Delete in the Tower Lane. Going against Dean Henschke from Surrey in his Ford. Dean a little too eager with the red light, a 12.87 at 109, and CJ a 13.66 at 103. It's a great day for racing, and if you're here with a car club, let us know. Come on up to the tower. We don't bite. It's the last race of the season. We're tired. Whole bunch of really cool cars I can see parked out there. Can't wait to see them go down the track. Next up, it's Jerry Delaney from Surrey in the 1966 Acadian, going against Robert McLean in the 2018 Camaro, and he's from Burnaby. Nice little lift off for Jerry and his Acadian. .994 at 134 with a 5 for Jerry Delaney. Robert McLean an 11.36 at 124. Justin Burchell from Abbotsford in the 1971 Chevy Camaro going against Keith Pedersen in the 68 Dart. Another real close race, a 12.19 for Justin, a 12.38 for Keith. Wow. That was all about the reaction time on that last pass. Brian Kropp from Surrey in the 2018 VW All-Track, part of the Tunezilla Cruise, going against that newer Camaro on the other side. Just trying to get all of our tech cards in, of course. We have a lot of them in, but there's a lot of you racers out there. So the beautiful Anna and the fabulous Guntus busy entering in all those tech cards. The Camaro at 10.59 at 133, and Brian an 11.67 at 116 with a 6. Warren Hamill in the Tower Lane, 2017 Dodge. He is from Langley, going against Clayton Schultz in the 2019 Dodge with a 392 Hemi. He's from Coquitlam. $11.60 at 120 with a 6 for Warren and Clayton, and $11.99. Raz Van Dejan in the 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. A fan favorite here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Going against Todd Lancaster in the 79 Chev. Now, Razvan, he broke his input shaft on his transmission at our last race, and some of his friends got together and got him a new one, so he, well, not a new one, a used one, so he could race again. So hopefully that hangs in there, and he can make a great pass. Wow, a 10.46. He let out of it, though, only 96 miles an hour. And Todd Lancaster, a 12.59 at 104. Steve Terracento in the 1985 Porsche, going against Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops in that 78 Pontiac. A 10.84 at 127, even for Steve and Brad. A 10.45 at 125 with a 9. Great racing there for sure. Carrying on with our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. This beautiful Friday evening here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Don Murray from White Rock in that green 70 Cuda called the Green Goblin, the baddest no-prep car in BC. Going against Orion Huel from Coquitlam in the 2009 BMW. A 12.22 at 115 for Orion, and Don Murray a 9.15 at 149. Don Yusugi from Coquitlam in his Blue Water Project 2008 Mustang. Going against an AMC in the Lordco lane. It's our best guess. Tower lane at 12.52 at 108 with a 6, a 15.26 at 103 in the Lordco lane. Martin Fiddler in the Tower Lane, 1965 Chevy. Going against Bob Miller from Mission. Bob Miller in his 2019 Dodge Red Eye. $11.75 at 115 for Martin, and Bob Miller may have rolled through that beam. No time. Jesse Jansen, 1972 Chevy Nova. He's from Abbotsford. Going against our friend Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington. It is 1969 Mach 1 Ford Mustang. 11.18 for Jesse at 119 versus 11.92 at 112 for Sean from Lyndon. Always great to have our American friends up here at the Titanium Strip. Hockley from Langley in the 1932 Ford. He's running with a 392 Hemi. Going against Kyle Winklehorst. The 1993 Chevy, sponsored by KW Custom and S-Truck. Wow, a ton of power in that 32 Ford Hawk at 11.20 at 124. Kyle at 12.41 at 111. Jeffrey Bellman from Chilliwack, 1968 Cougar, he calls Lucy. Going against Courtney Winter in the 1932 Ford. Sponsored by Tab to Drain Plumbing in Mission. It's a family-owned business. So Jeffrey in the Cougar and Courtney in the 32 Ford. 11.30 at 120 for Jeffrey and Courtney. A 14.08 at 79 with a 1. Jody King in the 2006 Chrysler going against Everett Holf in the 72 Nova. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All motorcycles to the lanes. If you're not there already, motorcycles to the lanes, please. 11.18 at 118 with a 1 for Everett, and Jody a 12.02 at 117. It's a great day to be racing. So glad to see you all out here today. Gorgeous out here for our last Friday night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Claudine Duchesne here going down the track in the 91 Mustang with the 351 Windsor. 11.42 at 114 with an 8. That was her first time, you guys, so great pass for your first time, lady. Glenn Braid from Maple Ridge. He's the pro street champ, the street legal legend. He's from the TV show Bush Wrecked Rescue, going against Dwayne in the 2014 Caddy, sponsored by Ridge Race Cars and Evolution Tuning. Major tire spin off the line for Dwayne Dole as he heads down the track after getting some traction. And Mr. Glenn Braid, a 12.41 at 108 with a 2. Dwayne, a 13.38 at 123 with a 9. Moving into the motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. It's Steve Abuzini from Poco on the 2003 CBR, sponsored by PRP Automotive and Phoenix, going against Corey Craig on his Hayabusa called Corey's Stereo, sponsored by ADK Service. Saw both these gentlemen at last weekend's West Coast Outlaw Shootout. It's Steve and Corey. Steve getting a hard pull to the right, but hanging in a 7-2-1 at 193 with an 8. Wow. Corey Craig, an 806 at 178 even. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Sports Compact, can you make your way to the lanes, please? Tom Turan from Maple Ridge on his 2017 Suzuki called the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs, going against Ralph Steen on his Kawasaki in the Lordco lane. Yeah, Ralph Steen hanging on there, a rough ride at the start, but hanging into a 9-second pass at 152 with a 5, and Tom Turand 001 red, 899 at 155 with a 6. Chris Leak in the Tower Lane from Chilliwack on his Kawasaki. Going against Lee Gallant from Mission on his Suzuki. So a Kawasaki-Suzuki battle here. A 908 at 164 with a 7. And a 1003 at 142 for Chris Leak. Shout out to his son Charles Leak, not here today, he had to work. But a couple of father-son racers that we love to have over here. Darren Bauman. He's from Mission in the Tower Lane, a solo pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact, we need you, please. Sports Compact, please make your way to the lanes. Darren with a 9.76 at 144 with a 5. And of course, if you have a motorcycle and like to drag race with it, come and talk to those motorcycle guys. They're super nice, a great bunch of guys. And big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports for sponsoring our motorcycle class. Moving in now to Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greed. Adrian Saucy from Maple Ridge, 2019 Mercedes E63. Going against Luke 7 from Maple Ridge, a 2018 Golf R. A 10.06 at 141 with a 3 for Adrian, and Luke at 12.76 at 107 with a 9. Caden Jansen from Abbotsford in the Volkswagen, going against Gurdeep Bisla from Squamish in his 2018 BMW. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact. We need you into the lanes, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. Just waiting for Caden to bump into the top light. And there we go. Waiting for Gurdeep to light that bottom bulb, and we can carry on in our Sports Compact class. Gurdeep really getting that BMW going at 12.26 at 1:11 with a 3, and Caden a 16.61 at 81. Jared Balfour from Chilliwack, the 2023 Audi, going against Zach Beveridge in the 92 Miata. A 10.89 at 127 for Jared, and Zach a 18.20 at 80 miles an hour. Travis Botter in the 98 Skyline, sponsored by Limitless Garage. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to lanes 1 through 4, please? Domestics to lanes 1 through 4. Travis a 13.70 at 1:05. It's Paul Serdar from Chilliwack in the 2012 GTR. Calls it the Grocery Getter. Going against Ken Christensen. The 2014 Mustang in the Lordco lane. And you can race anything, even your Grocery Getter, folks. Wow, he gets his groceries in style. A 12.11 at 118 with a 6 for Paul, and Ken a 13 even at 116. Ray Sikraja from Surrey, a 2003 Mazda. Solo pass here in Sports Compact, brought to you by Racing Greed. A 15.97 at 89 with a 7 for Ray in his 03 Mazda. Moving into domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, is Daniel McGuire from Delton, his 1992 GMC 1500. Going against Darren from Langley in the 1967 Ford Fairlane. Here comes our first pair of domestics in the Friday night street legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Daniel in the Tower Lane, Darren in the Lordco Lane. Darren getting there first, a 13.26 at 102, and Daniel a 15.40 at 87 with a 2. It's Jeff Griesbeck in the Tower Lane going against Bruce Sturts in a 69 Rambler in the Lordco Lane. Jeff a 12.72 at 109 with a 6, and Bruce 16.18 at 85 with a 6. Matt Dawson in the Tower Lane, he is from Mission. Racing a 1992 Chevy S10 going against Stuart Sharon in the 1979 Monte Carlo. Side-by-side racing, a 14.02 for Matt Dawson, a 14.30 for Stuart Sharon. So like to see those two line up again. Keely Baumgardner in the 1966 F100 Interceptor going against Tim Lynch from Custer, Washington, the 1970 Dodge, packing a 5.35. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for domestics. Domestics to the lanes, please. Your final call. Tim Lynch from Washington, a 13.12, and Keeley, a 13.33. Camaro in the Tower Lane going against Dave Allen in his 2023 Corvette. A 10.78 at 127 with a 4 for the Corvette. The Camaro a 12.76 at 108. It's a great day to be racing here. What a beautiful evening it is. Thanks so much for spending your evening with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Our last street legals of the season, the last race at all, in fact. Matt Recknagel from Abbotsford in the 1968 Dodge going against Gary Butler in the 2017 Camaro. Gary an 11.54 at 125 with a 6 and a 15.64 for Matt Recknagel. Dan Slanina in his Corvette going against Sean Mercer in the 2019 Camaro. Dan an 11.83 at 125 with a 7 in the Corvette, and Sean in the Camaro at 12.91 at 112. It's Matt D from Quadra Island, 1971 Plymouth with a 406 Magnum going against Kevin Major from Burnaby, his 1990 S10 packing that LS that we've seen all season. Super fast truck. We'll see if Matt can keep up. 11.98 for Kevin Major in the S10, and Matt almost caught up at 12.37 at 1:10, but that was one on the reaction time. Rob Ketteringham in the Piston Broke Racing 2023 Corvette going against Rex Jessamine, the 1980 K5 Blazer. A couple brightly orange painted vehicles going down the track here on the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. At 11.97 for Rob in the Corvette, 14.40 for Rex in the Blazer. Doug Redicott from Abbotsford in the 2021 Dodge Ram in the Tower Lane going against Cynthia Jacobs. She's our awesome staging lanes lady. She's badass, and we love her here at Mission Raceway Park. So Cynthia in the 2020 Dodge Ram. Love you, Cynthia, from the Tower. You're going to see a few Mission Raceway staff heading on the track today, being the last Friday Night Street Legals of the season. You will see myself, yours truly, hit the track a little bit later for the first time in my life. A 12.63 for Doug, and Cynthia 15.08 at 91 with a 7. Mike Ledger in the 1967 El Camino coming up next, going against Brent Elliott from Pitt Meadows and his 1986 El Camino. So it's Battle El Camino here at Mission Raceway Park at the Friday Night Street Legals. 11.56, 118 for Brent, and Mike a 12.47. So that's kind of cool. 67 El Camino versus the 86 El Camino. Next up, it's Les Berm in his 1962 Falcon. It's going against Tim Charles from Surrey in his 2023 Hummer. Do you believe this is the first Hummer I've seen all season? All right. Is there nitrous on that Hummer? What is going on? A 12.30 at 105 with an 8 for Tim in the Hummer, and less than a 14.11 in the Falcon. Man, oh man, that Hummer was quick. Jason Lynch next up, 1969 Camaro going against Kai Jessamine from Surrey. It is 1985 Monte Carlo. 11.48 at 117 for Kai. Jason a 13.08 at 114. So the car count racing is 122 on the property. 122 racers. We're capping it at 130. So if you know someone that wants to race, they got to get in there. Only 8 more cars left before we hit the cap. Sheldon Visser in the 1991 Chevy Camaro. Going against the newer Camaro. So old Camaro versus new Camaro here on the titanium strip. Looked like a little bit of tire spin for the newer Camaro. 12.82 at 109 for Sheldon in the older Camaro, and the new Camaro 13.81 at 116. Gabe Fafoulis in his 70 Nova. He's got an LS motor going against Kurt Northup Sponsored by South Down Garage, which I'm pretty sure is a YouTube channel. It's going for the stock turbo world record of 11.41. But Kirk a 12.89 at 114 with a 5 this time, and Gabe at 11.95 at 123. Dodge Ram truck Tower Lane going against Kirk Jansen in his 2011 Corvette. He is from Abbotsford. Oh, a ton of wheel spin and some fishtailing for the Dodge Ram. No problems for Kirk Jensen as he launches down the track at 12.06 at 125 with a 6. And the Dodge truck, 17.06 at 89 with an 8. Dennis Rancourt in the 2013 Camaro. It's going against Tyra in the 1992. No, that's definitely not a Chevy Corvette. Dennis an 11.45 and Tyra a 16.20. Kai Johnson in 2012 Camaro in the Tower Lane going against Harry Witter from Poco in the Corvette. All right, track officials just checking out the situation down at the top end, making sure everything is A-OK and safe to get going. All right, sounds like it's good to go. Big thanks to our track officials, keeping everything safe for us, making sure nothing's down on the track and keeping us running smoothly. So again, it's Kai Johnson, Tower Lane, and Harry Witter. Harry Witter's been coming out all season long. It's great to see him in his bright yellow Corvette. A 13.31 at 109, and Kai a 13.95 at 103. Cam Penner in the Tower Lane, a 2006 Dodge Charger, part of Race with Doug, going against Jeff Hartman in the 1989 Mustang, a Fox body called Dark Horse. 11.98 at 113 for Jeff. A 15.70 at 89 with the 5 for Cam Penner. Carrying on in our domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, it's Owen Carr, part of the Tyler Carr's brother family racing team. He's from Abbotsford in the 1968 Pontiac. He's going against Jason Unruh from Chilliwack in the big full-size truck. Owen Carr, 13.84.96, and Jason, a 15.55.92 with a 4. Dean Doucette, 1964 GTO, running a 389, going against Rob McKenzie from Mission in his 1975 Nova. GTO versus Nova here on the titanium strip. And Rob McKenzie making no mistakes as he launches his way down to the top end. A 10.99 at 121 with a 9. And Dean, a 14.09 at 101 with a 5. Tyler Carr in the 1974 Corvette, part of the Owen Carr Brothers family racing team. Lots of families racing here, and we love it. Going against Tony in the 1999 Chevy Camaro SS. Tony in the Camaro, a 13.03 at 106, and Tyler, a 14.25 in the Corvette. It's Ross and John Webb here coming up next. Now, it could be brothers, could be father, son, but whatever it is, we're glad they're here. Ross in the Tower Lane and Blue Devil, the 2010 ZR1, going against... All right, a couple Corvettes. John in the 2015. I don't know. That doesn't look like 2015, but look at that. Corvette racing action here on the titanium strip. A lot of Corvettes on the property. They're making this a drag race. A 12.18 versus a 12.55. And that was one on the tree. Red Corvette in the Tower Lane going against Ken Jansen. Another Corvette battle here. Newer Camaro in, or newer Corvette in the Tower Lane, of course. It's all about the driver. Whew, you can tell that Corvette in the Tower Lane's got a ton of power, and he got some traction. So an 11.64 at 121 with a 9, and Ken a 13.58 at 119 with a 5. Ryan Jansen in the 68 Chevy truck going against Dan Crawford in the 2016 Corvette. Hey, if you Corvettes on the property or belong to a car club, come up to the tower and let us know. We want to know if you are from a car club and you're here today. Please come on up to the tower so we can brag about you. Ryan, a 13.19 versus Dan's 13.50. So close racing action here in the domestic class. Here's my bro, Yuta Mooney. Think there's going to be a grudge match a little later. Yuta, 1999 Ford going against Shaylin in the 2002 GMC. Or it could be Dennis driving. Husband and wife, brother and sister, not sure. $18.11 at 74 with a 4 for Utah. And Shaylin, a 19.82 at 70 with a 3. Jimmy Brar from Abbey, 2017 Redline Apex Camaro. It's going against Jacob Stoll. Jacob's in the 74 CJ. He says he's run super gas for 8 years. So, wow. He's got a 454 Chev he's packing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to the lanes, please? Outlaw to the lanes, please. Jimmy in the Tower lane, Jacob in the Lordco lane. Jacob's a 12.80 at 64 with an 8, so it looks like he let out a little after that 1,000-foot mark. Jimmy, a 13.11 at 104 even. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, make your way to the lanes, please. Respect the speed limit. Outlaws to the lanes. We've got lots of racing yet to come, folks. Gonna get a whole bunch of passes today. Shout out to everybody here spending your evening with us here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Our last Street Legals race, in fact, our last race of the season here on the drag racing side. It's kind of amazing how the summer just went by, didn't it? Just all of a sudden it's over and it's October, but what a beautiful day. I remember last weekend, my business manager saying, oh, I don't know if we're going to have that race. It might be too cold. But look, we were blessed with a beautiful day today. So again, thanks for coming out here and spending your evening with us. And shout out to everybody on the live stream. Again, we hope to see you all out next year. And thanks for supporting us all year long. And I've had a great old time here at Friday Night Street Legals with my friends up here in the tower, Guntus, Elise, Anna, and Shelby. Having a great old time putting on these races for you guys, the racers, the rock stars. Just want a little check of the racetrack before we carry on into our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. If you're hungry, don't forget to head on down to the concession stand and say hello to Clara. Now, I know myself for dinner, I had a beautiful fries and gravy. It was delicious. Did see some chicken strips up here in the tower. The honey mustard, is that the dip of choice? I do believe. Also, of course, the Pro Shop is a great place to visit. They've got lots of sales on. Hopefully, they're got a great sale on for you and something that you'd like to have. Get a souvenir or some Christmas presents. You know, I said the C word, oh no. But yes, it's coming. So definitely check out the Pro Shop. Grab yourself some merch out of there. Take advantage of their sales. I'm sure they've got some more Door Wars and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merch. We should have our own Street Legals merch, shouldn't we? Yeah. Where's our shirts? I'll work on it. Back into our Outlaw class now, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's Tyler Levy from Maple Ridge, the 1978 Ford, going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in his 2008 BMW. It's called Silent 11. Tyler a 10.96 at 120 and Dorian a 9.76 at 140 with a 7 with a big reaction time though. Paul Gibbs from Mission. In the 2016 Mustang, going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in the 2018 Camaro. Side-by-side racing to the 8th mile and the 1,000 foot. Paul Gibbs pulling ahead at 10.87 at 134. And 11.36 at 124 for Robert. Adam Blender in the 2023 VW called the Snot Rocket in the Tower Lane. Going against Razvan Dijon in his 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. Both these guys, fan favorites here and regulars at the Friday Night Street Legals. Man, Razvan has figured that thing out. A 9.92, 131 with an 8. A 13.21 at 105 with a 7 for Adam Blender. And be sure you follow him at Van City Audi on YouTube. Ivan Kirkovic in Drago here in Tower Lane. 2021 Mustang. I've only seen Ivan a few times this season, so glad to see him back here on our last Friday Night Street Legals. A 9.66, and he let out of it definitely after the 1,000 foot. Dwayne Doell from Maple Ridge in the 2014 Caddy, sponsored by Ridge Race Cars and Evolution Tuning, going against Lauren Stewart in the 03 Mustang. 11.36 at 128 with a 5 for Dwayne, and Lauren a 13.17 at 109. Brian Kropp in the Tunzilla 2018 VW All-Track, going against Anthony Walker from Maple Ridge in the Tunzilla 2017 Audi. Anthony Walker at 10.13 at 136 with a 1. And Brian at 11.48 at 117. Malaya Basile from Coquitlam in the 2018 Audi RS3. It's going against the 1967 Fairlane. Malia given almost a 2-second head start to the Fairlane, a 10.19 at 134 with a 6. Boy, she is getting faster and faster. And the Fairlane, a 13.69 at 90 with a 7. Justin Burschel, 1971 Chevy Camaro. Going against the white Camaro in the Lordco lane. Wow, a 10.63 at 133 even for the white Camaro in the Lordco lane. Justin, 11.78 at 116 with an 8. Outlaw class here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway is Don Usugi, the 2008 Mustang, going against Clayton Schultz in the 2019 Dodge. Clayton pulling ahead after the 8th mile at 11.95 at 1:14, and Don at 12.22 at 1:17 with a 3. Steve Taracento from Abbey in the 1985 Porsche, going against Courtney Winter in the Tap to Drain 1932 Ford. Tap to Drain is a plumbing family-owned business in Mission, so be sure if you have any plumbing issues to be calling Tap to Drain. Steve a 14.50.62 with a 4, and Courtney a 15.87 at 83 with an 8. Jody King in the 2006 Chrysler in the Tower Lane, going against CJ Hookham from Mission in the Dodge Challenger he calls Radio Delete. CJ was trying to get around him, but Jody King at 12.13 at 1:17, and CJ 13.19. Martin Fiddler from Langley in 1965 Chevy, packing a 350 in the Tower Lane. Going against Orion Huell in Coquitlam in the 2009 BMW. And of course, as always, if I'm completely butchering your name, come on up to the tower. I can take that hit, no problem. Just like to get your name right. Orion was chasing after him, but couldn't make it. A 12.02 versus a 12.36. All figured out on the reaction time in that race. Everett Hoth from Maple Ridge in the 1972 Nova is going against Dean Henschke in his Cougar. Chevy versus Ford battle here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. $10.14 at 1:31 for Everett, and Dean another big red. $12.41 at 1:08. Don Murray in the beautiful 70 Cuda called the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's the baddest no prep car in BC. It's going against John Cussman from Abbey in this 2016 Corvette called White Cocoa. John definitely a staple here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Been seeing him all season long. A 941 at 145 with the 3 for the Green Goblin. Man, that motor sounded fine. A 1041 at 139 with an 8 for John in White Cocoa. Shout out to all you kids out there. We see you. Glad that you're out here having a great time. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Thanks to everybody out here supporting us on our final race of the season here at MRP. That summer just went by too quick, I'll tell you that. Shout out to everybody on the live stream. Hope to get you down here next year as well, if you can make it out. Lots of racing action to come and a beautiful sunset here. The track by the river. Still 21 degrees at Mission, so that enables us for a lot more racing. We're racing until the dew sets in, trying to get as many passes in as possible for you guys. It's a little bit of track prep before we carry on. Dion Joran from Mission, the 1967 Chevelle, going against Tony Reed in the 1967 Mustang. Dion an 11.12 at 117 and Tony an 11.32 at 124 with a 7. Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops, 1978 Pontiac, is going against Jeffrey Bellman in a 68 Cougar he calls Lucy. A 10.56 at 126 with a 1 for Brad Bloomfield. And Jeffrey Bellman at 11.33 at 121 even. Next up, it is Kyle Winklehorst, the 1993 KW Custom Limited Chev truck going against Stefan Blamakar from Abbotsford. His 2015 Dodge Ram 1500. Chevy versus Dodge battle here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Kyle with a 12.20 at 111, and Stefan a 13.53 at 97 with an 8. Wow, we've had some great racing here tonight at Mission Raceway, the track by the river. In the Outlaw class here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Dar Shabbat in the 2020 Chevy Camaro. Going against the AMC in the TCS lane. That AMC finally getting some traction and launching. Whoa. 12.65 at 116 for Dower and a 14.43 for the AMC. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes. Hawk Lee coming up next, 1932 Ford. He's from Langley. Going against Keith Pedersen in the 1968 Dodge Dart. Little wheel spin off the line for Hawk Lee and his 32 Ford, but lots of power with that 392. A 12.20 for Hawk Lee and a 12.19 for Keith, but Keith had that 1.15 second reaction time, and that'll take you out every time. Jerry Delaney in the 1966 Acadian. Jerry's from Surrey going against Glenn Braid, the Pro Street champ, the street legal legend from the TV show Bushwrecked Rescue. He's from Maple Ridge in that 1986 915. Big old red gremlin for Jerry. $12.22 at 110 with a 7 for Glenn, and Jerry a 10.91 with a red, 133 with an 8. Next up in our Outlaw class here on the Titanium Strip, it's Bob Miller in his 2019 Dodge Red Eye going against Todd Lancaster in the 1979 Chevy. He is from Keats. The Dodge Red Eye with a 10.93 at 126 with an 8 driven by Bob, and Todd a 12.60 at 105. Claudine Duchesne in the Tower Lane. All right, no time for the last car for some reason. Eric Bauman in the 1971 Nova going against Randy Westlake from Mill Bay in the 1969 Camaro. Randy coming after that Nova. Can he get around him? Oh, yes, he can. A 10.58 at 136 with a 3. Eric an 11.98 at 113. Mustang Fox body here in the TCS lane going against Karen Price. So it's Darren and Karen. It is husband-wife racing. Karen in the Lordco lane in her 1987 Chevy truck. Going against Darren in the 1989 Ford Mustang. Hubby makes their first a 10.75 at 124, and Karen 11.41 at 119 even. Solo pass here for Jesse Jansen, the 1972 Chevy Nova. Our last car in this round of the Outlaws. Be moving in next to our motorcycle class. $11.28 at 118 for Jesse Jansen. Next up, motorcycle class brought to you by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports for all of your Harley-Davidson needs. Steve Abuzini in the Tower Lane, 2003 CBR. He's from Poco, sponsored by PRP Automotive and Phoenix. It's going against Corey Craig from Chilliwack on his Hayabusa. He calls Corey Stereo, sponsored by ADK Service. Problems off the line for Steve, and he wisely lets off the gas as Corey Craig flies down the track in 8.04 at 173 with a 1. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes. Chris Leake in the Lordco lane from Chilliwack, riding his Kawasaki 1400, going against Tom Tarand on the Boulder Design Daytona Motorsports 2017 Suzuki. He calls the Kraken. Tom Tarand, Tower Lane, and Steve Leake from Chilliwack in the Lordco lane. Two guys we see all the time. Couple great guys. If you ever get a chance to get into the pits, check out Motorcycle Row. These guys are amazing. Tom having a few issues off the start as he just coasts his way to the top end. Chris with a 10-2-3 at 140 with a 9, and Tom just coasting his way down, a 13.90 at 78 with a 7. Lee Gallant, Tower Lane 2008 Suzuki. It's going against Ralph Steen and his Kawasaki. Some problems there in the Lordco lane as he lets off of the fuel. Ralph having a rough go the last pass as well. Hopefully he can figure that out. Lee Gallant an 8.71. Ralph a 19.62. Darren Bauman from Mission Tower Side going against Keith Schmidt on his 2001 Harley Davidson. Motorcycle class is brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. We really appreciate your sponsorship all year. Thank you very much. So if you need a Harley Davidson or some accessories, be sure to check it out, Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. (938) at 149 with a 9 for Darren, and Keith a 12.76 at 112 with a 1. Steve Abuzini. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. Yes, Steve having some problems. I was talking to him a couple races ago, and he was playing around with some nitrous on his bike, so I'm not sure if that's the issue today. But we've already seen him go, I think, 191 or 194 already, so that is a fast bike. We hope he can figure it out and get back into the next round so we can see him do it again. Attention in the pits, Sports Compact. Please make your way to the lanes. Sports Compact, we need you to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Sports Compact. This is your final call to the lanes. Sports Compact, final call to the lanes, please. So if anyone has the munchies, make your way on over to the concession stand and say hi to Clara for us. They've got fantastic food over there. I can highly recommend the fries and gravy and the chicken strips, as well as the slushies. Now, The secret in the tower is if you get a white slushy and if you mix it with a fruit punch Rockstar, it does amazing things. Of course, 19 plus. Can't mess with that stuff. But yeah, so I think it's time to crack another Rockstar as we're moving on into the next class now. Sports Compact, brought to you by Racing Greed. Up next, it's Adrian Saucy in the Tower Lane. It's going against Caden Jansen in the VW. Adrian in the Mercedes. Oh, I was just informed. My heart is broken. There are no more French fries in the concession stand. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Adrian a 10.22 and Caden a 16.40. Luke Savant in the 2018 Golf R going against Gurdeep Bisla from Squamish in the 2018 BMW. A 12.16 for Gurdeep versus a 12.81 for Luke. So close racing action here in Sports Compact. Meredad from North Van in the 2022 Porsche going against Dahlia Shaw in the Infinity, called the Pink Infinity. Porsche sponsored by Variety Auto Sales. Meredad 11.31 at 131 with a 2. And Dahlia 14.31, 98 with a 4. All right, you guys, so I'm getting the opportunity to race my Toyota Corolla. So I'm going to run down there and do that. Hopefully Shelby or Pat will come up here and talk to you, but I'll be the one in the Toyota Corolla.
Attention. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Domestic to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic to lanes 1 through 4.
So that's Chrissy, and we love her. Woo, go Chrissy! Final call domestic. Final call domestic, please.
All right, how was that little bit of silence for you? You're probably like, thank God. Brent Elliott, an 11.59 at 117, and Jason making his way down, having a little bit of problems there, and a 69 Camaro on the line. 15.96. Now I see why you guys race. Awesome. Ken Jansen going against Gary Butler in his 2017 Camaro. Solo pass for Gary. 11.34 at 125 with a 1. All right, Ken Jansen here from Abbey in his 2019 Corvette solo pass on the titanium strip. $17.7064 even for Ken. Tony Angleas from Coquitlam, 1999 Chevy Camaro going against Mike Ledger in his 1967 El Camino. Mike a 12.47 at 112, and Tony a 15.36 at 98 with a 7. Ryan Jansen, Tower Lane, 1968 Chevy, going against Matt Ricknagel in the 68 Dodge in the Lordco lane. $13.09 at 101 for Ryan, and Matt a 15.21 at 90 with a 7. Domestic class here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. We have John Webb in the 2015 Corvette Tower Side going against Ross Webb in the 2010. Looks like some problems for John as he makes his way down the track. A 12.57, 124 for Ross Webb. Bruce Sturts from Langley, 1969 Rambler, going against Doug Redicop from Abbotsford, 2021 Dodge Ram TRX. Doug with a 12.63 at 106 miles an hour, and Bruce a 16.03 at 85. Next up in our domestic class is Dan Crawford in his 2016 Corvette, going against Daniel McGuire in his 1992 GMC 1500. Lots more racing action to come here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Our final Friday night street legals of the season is now. So glad that you guys are here with us to celebrate the last race, and what a great year that it has been so far. Dan trying to get that Corvette to hook up. Finally it does. Little fishtail as he races on after Daniel, but looks like a little trouble at the start line. Either he rolled through or timed out, so no time for Dan, and Daniel a 15.77, 85 miles an hour. Okay, it's Kevin Major. We know this truck. He's a staple here at Friday Night Street Legals. Kevin in the 1990 S10, packing that LS motor. Kevin's from Burnaby. It's going against Matt D in his 1971 Plymouth, running a 406 Magnum from all the way from Quadra Island. It's side by side, neck and neck to the 8th, and identical on the 1,000 foot. Whoa, you guys. 12.20 for Kevin Major, 12.27 for Matt D. But at the 1,000 foot, both of them, you guys, at 10.22. Identical 1,000 foot time. Amazing. Dennis Rancourt in the Tower Lane, 2013 Camaro LS, going against Les Berm in a 62 Falcon with the 429 big block. Just a lot of spin in the tire there for Dennis off the line. Lots of power in that LS 416 that he's packing. And he gets around him, though, 13.13, 129 with a 6, despite a 2.5 second reaction time. So a lot of power there. Just needs to hook up. Harry Whittier. Harry Whittier in his Corvette. It's going against the 2023 Corvette. Now, if we're not saying your name by this time of the night, I'd ask you to come up to the tower. So number 198, we'd love to get your name because you just won this race. 11.92 at 121. And Harry with the 14.49 at 82 with an 8. Camaro in the Lordco lane, BMW in the Tower lane. The Camaro with no problems, 11.79 and 118 with a 3. Just pushing back the BMW is having some serious problems. We hope he can get that righted by the next round. Love to see him make a pass. Domestic class here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's a couple of cars at the line here. I do believe they're brothers, Owen and Tyler Carr. Owen in the Tower Lane, 1968 Pontiac, and Tyler in the Lordco Lane. Tyler's in the 74 Corvette. These two are part of the Tyler Carr's brother family racing team, and no strangers to the Friday Night Street Legals. A 1404 for the Pontiac and the Corvette a 1491, but it was pretty close all the way to the 1,000-foot, and then Owen pulled away. Stuart Sharon in the 1979 Monte Carlo. It's going against Rex Jessamine from Surrey in the 80 K5 Blazer. Wow, a strong pass for that Blazer. A 14.31, 94 with a 4. And Stewart, a 14.63 at 95 with a 4. Utah Mooney, a 1999 Ford Ranger truck from Coquitlam, going against Sheldon Visser in his 1991 Chev. Now, of course, I've been calling out Utah Mooney all year for a grudge match, and I saw him in the lineup, and he says, hey, I'm good to go, girl. So look for that grudge match a little later. Chrissy and Utah. Better watch out, Utah. 12.96 at 118 with an 8 for Sheldon. Utah, a 17.92 at 74 with a 3. Kurt Northup in the Southdown Garage 2024 going against Tim Charles in the Hummer. Now, man, that Hummer goes. It's just humming. 12.67 at 105 with an 8 for Tim Charles in the 2023 Hummer. And Kurt Northup, a 12.99 at 114. Jason Unruh from Chilliwack in the Tower Lane. It's going against Cam Penner in the 2006 Dodge Charger, part of Race with Doug. It would probably be a lot of fun to just hammer down in a full-size truck. 15.56 for Jason, and Cam a 15.38. So he kept up with that Charger. Even had a bad reaction time. So that truck, Jason, dude, clean up that reaction time and beat Cam Penner. Keenan Homer in the 2006 SRT Charger in the Tower Lane going against Tyra from Abbotsford in the It's definitely not a Chevy Corvette, so that's probably the wrong number. So if I'm announcing the wrong name for you, definitely come up to the tower so we can figure that out. It may not be a Tyra. It might be a Tyson. We don't know. 165983 with a 7 in the Lordco lane. Here comes Keenan Homer, just getting adjusted there, getting up to the Christmas tree, and I totally understand. It's tricky. It's only 8 inches between those two bulbs, you know. Yeah, I learned that today from Willie. Keenan a 1409, 94.3 miles an hour for the Charger. Dean Doucette in the 64 GTO. Going against Glenn Halloran in the 1999 Chevy Camaro. Shifting up a storm in that Camaro. That's next level. 13.84 for Dean and a 15.65 at 113 for Glenn. Randy Westlake, 1977 Camaro, running a 484, going against Rob McKenzie from Mission in the 1975 Nova, packing a 350 small block Chev. Whoa, look at that. Randy Westlake steering out of hitting the right, then the left. So, wow, holding on to it. But it's going to Rob McKenzie in 11.34 at 122 with a 4. Wow, people on the live stream, they can see the path that car made down the strip. And wow, lots of power. Kai Johnson, the 2012 Camaro. It's going against Jimmy Brar from Abbotsford in his 2017 Camaro, sponsored by Redline Apex. Kai Johnson a 13.92 and Jimmy a 14.31. Next up in the domestic class, it's Kirk Jansen in the 2011 Corvette going against Sean Mercer in the 2019 Camaro. Oh, lots of tires spin and shudder for the Corvette as he heads down, trying to get that traction. 13.68 for Kirk in the Corvette, a 13.85 for Sean. So, whoa. Jacob Stoll in the 74 CJ from Chilliwack. He's ran Super Gas for 8 years. So glad to have you here, sir. Jacob Stoll, 74 CJ. $11.51 at 116 with a 6 for Jacob Stoll here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Friday night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac. So glad to see you all hanging out with us on our very last race of the season here on this side. I do believe they have one more big race for the Drifters, so be sure that you've added yourself on Facebook to the Mission Raceway page, as Jessica, our social media star, always posts all the races. But yeah, it's kind of sad. This is the last one, but I'm so glad you guys all turned out. What a great race and what a beautiful evening. Still 18 degrees out there. It's great news for racing because nighttime is the right time to be racing. Street Legal's where you can race your car. You can be the drag racer, just like I was tonight in my Toyota Corolla. Yeah, sure, it did 17 seconds, okay? Don't judge me, but yeah, I know. I need a real race car. But we're all just having fun here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Be sure you bring your car out if you haven't tonight and have some fun on the track. It's always a great time, no matter what you're racing. See, the ladies up here, they're so smart. They're young ladies, and they said, you know what? You need some sponsors. That's right. Yeah, I do. Right? See. All right, just doing a little track prep before we move on into our Outlaw class, because they need all the traction they can get, being Outlaws and slick tires. Track officials just heading down the track to make sure everything is A-OK before we head on into our Outlaw class. Again, big thanks to everybody spending their evening with us on our final Friday night street legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Big lineup to get on in. Everybody wants to be where the action is. That's the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway, the track next to the river. Coolest place to be on a Friday night. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw to the lanes, please? Outlaw class to the lanes. So if you wondered what was going on, they are actually scraping the excess rubber off the track to make a flat surface for our Outlaw cars to go down, because they need all the traction they can get and they don't need extra rubber hanging out. So our track officials hard at work preparing the track for our next class, which is the Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Shout out to everybody on the live stream as well. Hello, getting a beautiful shot of the Fraser River. And of course, so glad you guys are all out here with us in person. The very last Friday night street legals of 2023. Now, you know, Mission Raceway has just been getting bigger and badder than ever as each year goes by. It's only been my second year here, but I can't wait to see what 2024 is going to bring. We saw the return of the boat drags this year, which was pretty cool to see that. The liquid quarter mile behind us. And I found out there's actually a beach across from the tech area. Like, who knew? But yeah, it was so cool. And we watched boat drags from it. So yeah, there's a lot to offer here at Mission Raceway, not only drag racing, but of course, on the other side, we've got the drift course, which looks like a lot of fun. So be sure to check out all that Mission Raceway Park offers. And be sure to join the Facebook page and get all the latest and greatest about the goings-on here at Mission Raceway Park. Just a great old time here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, a big racing family, if you will. Okay, it looks like a little more track prep than we thought, but it looks like they're finalizing by spraying a little more traction compound in the Lordco lane. We can get going as soon as our starter says we can. Of course, safety is first. All right, thanks so much for your patience here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We are ready to go. Outlaw class sponsored by Mopac. It's Uncle Jason, Jason Field, the 1971 Nova. Sponsored by Pump Fuel. Oh, it's Pump Fuel, and is sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines, Induction Solutions, Green Light Auto Financing. Jason Field is uncle for our Elise up here in the tower. She jumps up and down every time her uncle pulls up to the line. This is a door slammer car, normally. Nitrous assisted 632 big block Chevy power. An 822 at 163 with a 3 for Uncle Jason Field. Fun facts that the young ladies have told me up here in the tower, that you can DoorDash yourself a pumpkin. Like, who knew? And of course, we want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving weekend. Hopefully you'll get to have some turkey or ham and stuff your face. It's Ivan Kirkovic from Surrey, 2021 Mustang in his car called Drago. An 817 at 168 with a 4. Great first pass here in our Outlaw class. Just shows when you take the time to prep that strip, you get some good traction. Paul Gibbs in the tower lane. 2016 Mustang. Paul is from Mission, going against Brian Kropp from Surrey. The 2018 VW All-Track, part of the Tunezilla crew. Always great to see our friends from Toonzilla out here at Mission Raceway, a staple here at the Friday Night Street Legals. A 10.70 at 134 with a 7 for Paul, and Brian Kropp at 11.46 at 117. Dorian Unkovic in the Lordco lane in his 2008 BMW he calls Silent 11. Going against Razvan Dejan from Maple Ridge, 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. $894 for Razvan at 166 with a 1. Dorian jumping the beams, so no time for Dorian. But those two long-time racers here at the Street Legals, and we love to see them progress as they have. Lauren Stewart, Tower Lane, 2003 Mustang from Port Coquitlam. Going against the Fair Lane in the Lordco lane. If you're friends with the gentleman in the Fair Lane, please tell him to come to the tower so we can find out who he is. He keeps winning races, and he's a mystery dude. 13.06 at 103 with a 9 in the Lordco lane, and Lauren Stewart a 13.09. So fast, quick racing here in the Outlaw class. Next up, it's Stefan Blamakar going against CJ Hookham. Stefan in the 2015 Dodge Ram 1500, and CJ in the Dodge Challenger running a 345 in the car he calls Radio Delete. CJ a 13.30.99 with a 5, and Stefan a 13.53 at 98 miles an hour. Steve Taracento up next, 1985 Porsche. He is from Abbotsford, and the Tower Lane is going against Anthony Walker, part of the Toonzilla crew, in the 2017 Audi. He's from Maple Ridge. Steve in the Tower Lane, Anthony Walker in the Lordco lane. If you have an Audi or a VW and you want it to go faster, you should probably go talk to Toonzilla. 10.15 at 136 with a 5 for Anthony Walker. Steve a 10.73 at 130. Claudine Deshane from Surrey, a 1991 Mustang, running a 351, called Snoop in the Tower Lane. Going against Adam Blender in the Snot Rocket, that 2023 VW. Now, they've been taking that car from a stock car all the way to who knows. Check them out on Van City Audi on YouTube. 12.25 for Claudine, and Adam a 13.20. Darren and Karen Price, husband and wife racing team. Darren in the 1989 Ford Mustang, And Karen racing her 1987 Chevy S10. Darren Price at 10.76 at 124 with the 2, and Karen at 12.42 at 102. I keep telling those two, how about you just swap? It's the end of the year, just swap. Let's see what happens. Martin Fiddler in the Tower Lane, 1965 Chevy going against Eric Broman. 1971 Nova with a 406. Well, this here's a drag race side by side all the way to the 1,000-foot where Eric gets just ahead of him. An 11.999 versus 11.981, guys. Close racing here in the Outlaw class. Friday night street legals. Next up, it's Warren Hamill. His 2017 Dodge in the Tower side going against Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops. The 1978 Pontiac. A 10.44 at 126 even for Brad in the Pontiac. Great pass at 11.45 at 121 for Warren. Next up in the Lordco lane, it's Randy Westlake, the 1969 Camaro from Mill Bay, going against Dwayne Duell from Maple Ridge in the 2014 Caddy, sponsored by Ridge Race Cars and Evolution Tuning. Randy making that Camaro work at 10.34 at 123 with a 5. Dwayne at 11.70 at 125 even. Tons of Outlaws here tonight at the Friday Night Street Legal, the final edition of 2023. A couple good-looking cars coming up next. Mustang versus Chevelle battle. Just overheard that there are 46 Outlaw cars here today. That's awesome. Yeah, make sure all you guys come back next year for sure, because we'd love to have that kind of turnout every Friday Night Street Legals. Dion Joran in the Lordco lane, 1967 Chevelle going against Tony Reed from Mission. Both these guys from Mission. 1967 Ford Mustang. So who are you cheering for, the Ford or the Chev? The Ford taking it this time, 11.44 at 124. Versus the Chev, 12.22 at 95 with an 8. Next up, a gentleman that I'd love to come up to the tower and just let us know what he's doing. It's Glenn Braid going against the Green Goblin of Don Murray in the 70 CUDA from White Rock. And Glenn Braid, the pro street champ, street legal legend from the TV show Bushwrecked Rescue. The Green Goblin 8.46 at 159 with a 1. Glenn Braid rolling through the beam, so no time. Jody King in the Tower Lane 2006 Chrysler going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in his 2018 Camaro ZL1. Robert McLean at 11.46 at 123 even. Jody at 11.73 at 118 with a 4. Justin Burchell in the 1971 Chevy Camaro, good-looking black Camaro there on the tower side. It's going against Keith Pedersen in the 1968 Dodge Dart. He's from Langley. Just getting the Camaro repositioned by our starter, Willie. Safety first, of course. There's a lot of power underneath the hoods of these two cars. Justin a 12.03 at 116 even, and Keith a 12.12 at 111. Malia Basile in the 2018 Audi RS3. She's from Coquitlam going against Jeffrey Bellman in the 1968 Cougar. He calls Lucy. $11.28 for Jeffrey Bellman at 120 with a 3, and Malia a 10.45 at 134 with an 8, but almost a 2-second reaction time there. Don Usugi from Coquitlam, 2008 Mustang. He calls the Blue Water Project, going against Dean Henschke in the Ford. 13, 13 even at 107 as he kind of got out of the groove toward the center line at 12.63 at 110 for Don Yusugi. We've got John Kussman in the 2006 Corvette called White Cocoa going against Marcel Chabot. John turning it on in that Corvette. Wow. 10.22 at 140 with a 7 for John in the Corvette. And Marcel an 11.60 at 101 even. Big old burnout there for Bob Miller in his 2019 Dodge Red Eye. Bob from Mission going against Randy Mitchell in the 2020 Chevy Camaro from Surrey. Side by side to the 8th. And then Randy slips ahead there after 1,000 foot, a 10.56, 134 with a 4. And Bob Miller in 11.01 at 123 with a 9. AJ Sandu from Delta in the 2019 Chevy Camaro in the Lordco lane, going against Matt Butler from Mission in the 1979 AMC. $11.33 at 124 for AJ Sandu, and Matt a 14.36 at 107. Everett Hoth in the tower lane going against Dower in the 2020 Chev. $10.41 for Everett and a 12.67 for Dower. Jesse Jansen, 1972 Chevy Nova in the tower lane. Going against Todd Lancaster from Keats Island, 1979 Chevy with a 468. Todd Lancaster getting repositioned there into the groove. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? That's motorcycles to the lanes, please. Dan Slanina and Dave Allen, we need you to return to your Corvettes. You are parked in the staging lanes, and that is not a parking area. So please, we need you to return to your vehicles and move them out of the staging lane. Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, 2019 Dodge in the Tower side, going against Claudine Deshane from Surrey in her 1991 Mustang. It's called Snoop. A 10.58 at 128 with a 3 for Claudine. Great pass, girl. And 11.93 at 115 for Clayton. Our last two in the Outlaw class, it is Jerry Delaney, 1966 Acadian. Jerry's from Surrey. It's going against Kyle Winklehorst in the 1993 Chev with a 454. Sponsored by KW Custom. Wow, Jerry Delaney at 10.03, 134 with a 2. Great pass. Kyle Winklehorst at 12.34 at 111. Just got the word that Barry and Shelley are open, the BS coffee shop there with the mini donuts and all the cool coffees. Of course, as you know, I don't know a thing about coffee. I don't drink this stuff, but you know what? They keep bringing them in the tower. It makes me think that I need to drink coffee. I need to have one of these coffees in my life with all the whipped cream on top. So if you are into the coffee thing, head on over. B&S behind the grandstand with those mini donuts and those delicious coffees. Next up, our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. For all your Harley-Davidson needs. Steve Abuzini in the Tower Lane. Sponsored by PRP Automotive and Phoenix, going against Corey Craig in the Lordco lane on his Hayabusa, sponsored by ADK Service, and he calls it Corey's Stereo. Troubles again for Steve Abuzini. It's just a big spin out and he wobbles. He's got to pull out of it, so he's just making his way to the top end. Corey Craig, a 7.93 at 180 even. Tom Turand on the Boulder Design Daytona Motorsports 2017 Suzuki called the Kraken. It's going against Lee Gallant on the 2008 Suzuki. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes. Little hop and a spin, but Tom keeps going. Red Gremlin for Legal Ant. Darren Bauman in the tower side going against Ralph Steen from Delta. Darren Tower Lane, Ralph in the Lordco lane. Little bit of a boom there in the Lordco lane, a puff of smoke, and as he was leaning toward that center line, Darren a 9.12 at 158 even, and Ralph an 8.39 at 159. Next up, it's Chris Leak. He's in the tower lane on his Kawasaki from Chilliwack. He's going against Keith Schmidt in his 2001 Harley Davidson, and he's from Maple Ridge. Chris Leak, of course, the father and son racing team and motorcycle. His son Charles not here tonight. But Chris with a 10.14 at 141 with a 2, and Keith a 12.59 at 112. Steve Abuzini coming back for another pass here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sports Compact, make your way to the lanes. If you're not there already, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. Problems again for Steve Abuzini on that bike there. I was talking to him the last race. He was playing around with the nitrous and having all sorts of problems. So perhaps that is, again, the issue for Steve. Hopefully we'll see him back in the next round with that gremlin figured out. But for now, we're moving into Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greed. Matthew Bazinet from Mission, the 2009 VW. He calls Marissa. He says he survived the MRP summer. Yes, we've barely survived, Matthew. Going against James Duff from Mission, the 1991 Nissan. He's another one of our awesome staff members, so you're going to see a few of our Mission staff and track officials out there on the last street legals of the season. With the owner of a Toyota Celsior on the parking lot side, We need you to move your vehicle. It's license plate RC274B, and you're blocking a trailer. So we need you to move that vehicle, please. It's a Toyota Celsior, license plate RC274B. Thanks so much for moving that out of the way. All right, that was Matthew at 1750 and James at 1880. Next up is Jared Balfour in the 2014 Mustang. No, it's going to be Ken Christensen, in the 2014 Mustang, going against Adrian Saucy, the 2019 Mercedes. A 10:06, 144 with an 8 for that Mercedes. Adrian just hauling down the track. Ken Christensen at 12:02 at 119. Meridad from North Van in that 2022 Porsche that's just rocket launching down the track right now. Sponsored by Variety Auto Sales. He's going against Zach Beveridge. Meridad a 10.99 at 126 with a 9, and Zach a 17.29 at 81 miles an hour. Wow, great racing action here on the last Friday night street legals. Hopefully we'll get one more round in before the dew sets in. We're just trying to get all the racing we can get in before that dew hits. Dahlia Shaw in Pink Infinity in the Tower Lane is going against Luke Sevron in the 2018 Golf. Dahlia 14.17 and Luca 13.93. That's Travis Balder here in the 1998 Skyline, sponsored by Limitless Garage, a 13.65 at 108. Just a little track prep before we move on with our final Friday night street legals of the season. Big thanks to everybody who's spending their evening with us here today. And if you have to head out, we understand. And thanks so much for supporting us here at Mission Raceway. So great to see you guys every street legals. You guys are pretty awesome. So again, just watch the speed there in the staging lanes. Please respect the speed limit as you make your way to the lanes. Track officials just making sure everything is coolio before we can move on with the rest of the racing action. It's been a pretty great summer, especially for our street legals. We had excellent weather for every single one except one street legal. I believe that was in June. So it's been absolutely spectacular here for racing, and always great to see everybody out here and the big turnout of racers and spectators today. We really appreciate it. Glad you are out here with us, and shout out to everybody on the live stream. We hope to see you guys down here at the track. It's always better in person. It's an experience, folks. Or it could be an experience of you racing your car. So be sure that you check it out. Bring your car. Hey, we're just having some fun. I did a 17.53 in my Toyota Corolla. I mean, yo. Unfortunately, my brother got a 17.34 in my car, so might have to have one more pass. In fact, I kind of want that grudge match between me and you to Mooney. Bro, I'm coming for you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to lanes 1 through 4, please? Domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Just about ready to get back underway here at the last Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Good to see everybody hanging out with us here. Thank you so much for coming out. Got some more racing action to come. Looks like all those Corvettes are coming back out. Look like it's going to be Battle Corvette for our first two racers here in our domestic class. Dan Selena in the 2023 Corvette going against Dave Allen in his 2023 Corvette. So brand new Corvette battle here on the titanium strip. Dave an 11.45 at 126 with a 6, and Dan a 14.717 at 79 with a 6. Shaylin from Langley, 2002 GMC, or it could be Dennis behind the wheel. It's going against Jeff. His 2000 truck. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for domestics, please. Final call for domestics. If you're in the domestics class, please head on down to the lanes. We need you. BMW in the Lordco lane going against Sean Mercer from Abbotsford in the 2019 Camaro. Got the Dodge truck in the tower lane going against Jeff Hartman in the 1989 Mustang called Dark Horse. someone's in the trucks, not Tyra, but going against Gary Butler in the 2017 Camaro. 12-12 for Gary. 92 with a 4. And the white truck, a 16-10 at 84 with a 4. If anybody is still here from the Tucson family, can you make your way up to the tower, please? If anyone from the Tucson family is still on site, please come on up to the tower. Mike Ledger in the 67 El Camino going against Keeley in the 66 F100. It's going to be Mike Ledger in the El Camino at 12:32 at 112, and Keeley at 13:22 at 104. Matt Recknagel in the Tower Side 1968 Dodge going against Kai Jessamine in that 1985 Monte Carlo. Kai with an 11.51 at 117 even, and Matt a 15.05 at 91 with a 6. Kirk Jansen in the 2011 Corvette, packing a 427 Chev, going against Ryan Jansen, the 1968 Chevy truck. Kirk Jansen getting around him there after the 8th mile at 12.60 versus a 13.06, but it was pretty darn even at the 8th. Cynthia Jacobs, our all-star staging lady. She is awesome and we love her. She's in the Tower Lane going against Brent Elliott in the 1986 El Camino. $11.55 for Brent Elliott, and Cynthia $14.73 at 92 with a 6. Kevin Major, he's from Burnaby, that 1990 Chevy S10 packing that LS, going against Darren in the 67 Fairlane. An 11.98 at 114 for Kevin with the LS, and Darren at 12.52 at 109. Moving through our domestic class here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply on the final night of the Friday Night Street Legals of 2023. So glad that you are with us here. And it sounds like my grudge match with Utah is going to happen. Kurt Northrup in the Tower Lane going against Jason Unruh. Kurt in his 2020 Ford, sponsored by Southdown Garage. He's going for a stock turbo world record of 11.41. Jason in the truck from Chilliwack. $12.29 for Kurt Northup. Jason a 15.25. Harry Witter from the Corvette, the yellow one, is going against Dan Crawford in his Corvette. Corvette battle here on the titanium strip. A 13.93 at 112 for Harry, and down a 26.5. Having some problems there in his Corvette. Jason Lynch, the 1969 Chevy Camaro, going against Dennis Rancourt, the 2013 Camaro. Dennis rolling through the beams. And Jason a 16.38 at 101. Kai Johnson, the 2012 Camaro in the Tower Lane, going against Cam Penner, the 2006 Dodge Charger. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. AJ Sandu, if you're still here, can you come on up to the tower, please? AJ Sandu to the tower. Kai Johnson, a 13.91. Cam Penner, a 15.70. Here are the Carr brothers, Tyler and Owen. Tyler in the 74 Corvette, Owen in the 68 Pontiac. Side by side to the 8th and the 1,000-foot, and it's Tyler and the Corvette, a 13.62, 100 even, and Owen a 13.94 at 95 with a 7. Sheldon Visser going against Glenn Halloran. Glenn in the 1999 Chevy Camaro in the Lordco Lane. Sheldon in the 1991 Chev. And a 13.08 for Sheldon at 118 with an 8. And Glenn a 13.97 at 104. Now here is Les Berm in the 1962 Falcon. He came up and said hello to us in the tower, so it's very good to meet you, Les. We hope to see you next year at our Friday Night Street Legals. Going against Keenan Homer in the 2008 Charger SRT. Keenan a 14.76 at 102 with a 3, and Les Berm a 15.69 at 96 with a 1. Camaro in the Tower Lane going against the truck in the Lordco Lane. Tower side 11.97 and the Lordco Lane of 14.09. It's Ross Webb here in the Tower Lane going against John Webb. Now, remember the brother-nephew family racing here tonight. Looks like some problems there for John in the 2015 Corvette. Just spinning as all John is getting no traction. Ross at 12.78 at 123. There's my buddy Utah Mooney in the 1999 Ford going against Rob in the 2023 Corvette. Rob a 13.18 at 114 with an 8, and Utah an 18.07. Yeah, that's what I need to try to beat him. Utah's going to loop around, and I'm going to finally try to take him out. That's right, Chrissy and Utah, we're going to go at it. I've talked about this for 2 years now. It's going to happen. Grudge match, me and Utah. Here's Kai Jessamine in the 1985 Monte Carlo going against Stuart Sharon in the 79 Monte Carlo. But no, it's the Blazer here in the Tower Lane. $14.29 in the Lordco lane, $14.63 for Kai. Dean Doucette in the GTO going against Jacob Stoll, who ran Super Gas for 8 years, and now I'm going to head on down and meet Utah and kick his butt.
Right, everybody, we are just waiting for one more pass for the night. Looks like they're just pulling around the corner now. We have our announcer, Chrissy Anderson, in the left lane, so that's why you hear me taking over for her right now. Hope I can do it justice. Then we have Yuta Mooney in the right lane as well.
No, not a turn around.
I believe this is Chrissy's second or third pass down the track ever. We're so proud of her, and I know she's been waiting all year to do this. And we all know Yuta. He's here all the time. So let's see who can win on this final pass of the Street Legals for 2023 at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. 2 greens, and here we go. Pretty similar lights for the two of them. Almost side by side down that whole track. And Chrissy takes it. Well done, 80 mile an hour, 17.69 for her, with Yuta at a 73 mile an hour, 17.94. A close but fun and perfect final race for us. Everybody leave safely. Remember to drive here and not on the street. Make sure you check us out on Facebook and our website for all of the other racing events that we'll have in the drag racing off season. And we'll see everybody again very, very soon. Attention in the pits. I just have one more quick announcement. I do have a vehicle that needs to get moved. I think it's on the spectator side. It's a Toyota Celeser with plate Romeo Charlie 274 Bravo. A white Toyota with the license plate Robert Charlie 274 Bravo. Please needs to get moved or we will move it for you. Thank you.
All right, you guys, thanks to you all for coming out, for all of you racers coming out all year and participating, and for everybody that's new. Big thanks for spending your evening with us on the final Friday Night Street Legals of 2023 and the final race here at the drag racing end of Mission Raceway Park. So thanks for coming out. It's been a great year, folks. I'm going to miss you all, so be sure to come out next year and come race with us. So for everybody, on behalf of Mission Raceway and the staff and everybody here, my name is Chrissy Anderson, and we love you all. Have a great, safe drive home. We will see you next year.